Hello everybody. Yesterday we worked on our debate feature. This is kind of cool, maybe slightly gimmicky, but kind of cool. You can do slash debates, start debating a stock. It'll spawn up two agents here and they'll argue back and forth. And then you have a judge who will say who won. It's done in the style of Lincoln Douglas. Not really though, but just the general structure. And they have a cross-examination. So now the bear will ask the bull a bunch of questions. And they kind of go back and forth for a while. Right now it's probably a little bit too long. The reason I say maybe a little gimmicky, I mean, there's apparently actual research about this. We looked at the research and there are benefits to having agents argue back and forth. Maybe increases, sort of, they converge more on the truth. But I have noticed it tends to argue a little bit too much about historical financials. So instead of, it doesn't really spend too much time arguing about what is the thesis that makes it work, the stock work versus not work. And to do that, it's basically, it should be arguing maybe a little bit more about the projections. We tried to fix it by, they have to set a price target. Each of them have to set a price target, and I think that maybe improved it somewhat. But it is kind of a fun feature. I probably will use it. I continue to use it as I maybe find a new company that I'm interested in. It does give you kind of a good overview. Yesterday we were also working on our visualization for our vibe to text. I will also spend some time on that, mostly because it's fun. It's our AI that gets mad at us if we are mean to it based on what we're saying to the AI, which is Cloud. Let me connect the chat. It's kind of a mess here. Hey, chill mode, welcome. He's here immediately. 69, it is true. I actually posted on Discord. The Cloud Code actually made a joke about that. I thought that was funny. Like, it took my music file that was named 69 and it put in parentheses nice. I was like, okay, interesting. Do I not like you? Oh no, I was saying that's a good thing. You're here immediately. You're a good guy. I have no ill will. Let me see what happened to the music. That stopped. There we go. Oh, wait, what? How did you get I don't like you from what I said? Strange. No, I'm saying it like a good thing. You're here. Nice. Interesting. No, I didn't mean it that way. But yeah, anyways. So I'm going to be working on this visualization that I'll boot up for a bit today as well. Yes, I agree. So right now, we're going to work on this too today. I have an idea for it. So I can't boot up with the hotkey right now with vibe to text. I'm using Command Control G. I put the poll in the chat. I noticed one problem today that I definitely have to fix. The afternoon brief depended on yesterday's data, which I don't like that. Yeah, you actually have to look in the code and also look in the logs of what happened today. Also, the morning brief does not generate at 6 a.m. It generates at 6:40. So let's take a look what happened. You might need to check the logs for the hotkey. Oh yeah, for sure, dude. I think the most, like, the weirdest feeling I have is when I'm making music with this and also seeing the newest videos that are coming out. I think every day I'm using these things, I'm getting more and more just less skeptical. I'm a naturally very skeptical person, so I think, in my opinion, so I think at the beginning, like probably last year, I kind of assumed at some points that this would plateau using the current technology, because it kind of just feels like it. It makes sense, right? It's like, it's probabilistic, predicting the next token, all this infrastructure. It kind of seems like eventually that would plateau that strategy to me. Like it would be a huge improvement and it could accomplish a lot of tasks. But I think as we're seeing that it's not plateauing, and it's especially the quality of the video that Cdance 2 is generating, like I spent some time generating, the really good music that every model, it kind of feels like it's almost like we discovered some like fundamental property of the universe. It doesn't make sense to me that it would be as good as it is from training data. It's so strange. Using it kind of, basically what I'm saying is, as this is going on and we keep getting these new models that are doing crazier and crazier things, it kind of feels like it's not plateauing anytime soon, in which case things are going to get very strange. It's pretty wild. I don't think most of the world realizes yet. It's going to take a little bit, but I don't think there's any, this has never happened in history. This kind of, there have been technological developments, right? But nothing that is so broad in its depth of influence. This is not just affecting one particular labor type. It's not like the sewing machine or even the internet, right? This is every white collar profession is being, and eventually once we get to the robotics, I mean, that won't be far out, but every white collar profession is then impacted at the same exact time. Very interesting. Yeah. Well, I mean, that's a whole nother thing. Yeah, the protein folding stuff, and I mean, who knows, that's kind of going to be another kind of nuclear arms race sort of deal with every country is essentially incentivized to research this technology, because not having it is, when other countries are able to create viruses and things like this very easily, is not good. So anyway, yeah, bunch of weird stuff, and I'll be watching. Yeah. But yeah, like, you know, yesterday I was making music with the Suno, and it's just like the fact that I can just prompt and make this like really cool sounding thing that I'm just totally vibing to is like just so strange to me. I don't understand how it's as good as it is. Hey, Prisma. Yeah. And I think I'm starting to, you know, before I thought software engineers will be in the loop for a long time. And I'm coming around to the idea, maybe it will be a limited time. I'm not sure, but maybe there will just be this limited window where software engineers being in the loop is very valuable, and that will just vanish at some point, like relatively soon. I still personally think it probably will be like at least 5 years, but I'm also not sure. It's so hard to know fully. I do know that as the code base gets bigger and bigger, the complexity scales, right? So the models have to improve in intelligence faster than the curve of complexity on code bases. So the more and more code you produce, the more complexity. But, you know, some people make the argument that I guess no one knows, right? No one knows for sure. It's interesting. Hey, Valerius. Oh yeah, but I don't think there's anything you can do about that. Yeah, exactly. It is advancing fast. And when I think about like how I work, right? Okay, what am I doing? I'm essentially guiding it, right? I am the team lead, I'm guiding it. When can what I'm doing right now be replaced? And that's the question to ask. Like when I'm finding problems that, you know, it generates some stupid thing and I'm like, don't do it that way. At some point, if you try to close the loop with another AI, when will it achieve that? And that's the question. I'm not sure totally. Yeah. Like when it's hard to know that. When is what I'm doing not valuable? Very interesting. There still has to be the person in the loop who knows what it wants, right? The AI does not know what it wants, right? Well, I am the one designing the idea. At least I'm the one deciding the final route to take. Hey, Sassy. Okay, let me start at the word galaxy. All right, so today I'm gonna make this an actual model. Oh, shit. Something happened. Unclear. Let me check. It was probably the last changes. This is a fun little side project. I try to just like follow what's fun sometimes. Right. No kidding, dude. that looks kind of sad, this tree here. Yeah. Hey, macOS. Okay, so for some reason the tree is totally changed in their unstaged changes. Okay, yeah. Oh, it might have had trouble loading in the data. Let's take a look. Take a look at the logs. It might have had trouble loading in the data from the vibes text. So with the visual with vibes text, with the voice circle visual thing, we're gonna have it so there's this like line that goes up and down the sphere, and I want that to be the thing that's also responsive from the voice. And the way it works is like there's gonna be like 4 or 5 lines, and they kind of move up and down, like they separate as you speak, like they go up and down the sphere. But clarify your understanding of what I'm saying first. Hey, thanks, dude. This is the, I don't know if I showed you chill mode, but this is the AI. The, the AI is neutral today. Interesting. But if I'm mean to the AI as I'm talking to Cloud Code, it'll get more and more angry and start killing all my villagers. Every, I think 10,000 words or something, another villager will spawn, and I'll be able to name them. And and he'll start like shooting them with lasers and killing them and burning the buildings and stuff. So yeah, thank you. Someone joined yesterday. They're like, this looks like something, actually 2 people said it. This looks like something that the Temple OS guy would have made. And I was like, yeah, probably true. Terry Davis or something. Dude, Temple OS guy would have gone crazy. I mean, with the new technology. Actually, maybe he wouldn't have used AI at all. That would have been like the devil. Because he was hand coding everything. I agree, Kai. But I like this one. I think this looks dope, so I can't replace it. Zuck will need to be somewhere else. Also, the eyes follow you. He probably would have. I mean, we could make Zuck maybe the planet. I think what we should do is just make one of these characters the Zuck. Yeah. Yeah, a little creepy. I'm thinking we're gonna make this thing cradle the planet. Like he'll be a character and he cradles the planet. We'll see though. But it's gonna look a lot better once we actually load in models. Right now these are just sort of placeholders. So we'll actually load in some GLB models and it will look pretty sick. I'm gonna watch this actually. I don't want it to, okay, it's just doing select. I don't want to nuke my data. Hey KGY, welcome. Yeah, these are horizontal lines, and then they start from the equator. Do you think we should do 5 or 3 or 7? What do you think? I think 3 actually. I'll probably just restart it. Yeah, but something in our unstaged changes broke the initial animation somehow. Hey, Prod Christ. I recommend Cloud Code. It's probably a good way to start. Well, actually, no, sorry. A good way to start is probably anti-gravity. So it's Google's anti-gravity. Maybe look up some tutorials. And you can just talk with AI, and you can do a lot of things. You can maybe automate some work you do or something related to your hobbies. So like right now I'm just kind of doing something fun. It's like a little visualization of our voice to text that we so we talk with the AI. That's our voice to text tool, and this is going to be like a visualization of when we're mean to the AI, it'll start destroying our planet with people. But we're working on it. Hey KGY, yeah, it's on my repo. I honestly didn't really spend super long on it. I just actually, this took probably 30 minutes. I just talked to Cloud Code and said, hey, make a retro player. And so you can, I did put it on GitHub, but you could also just, the reason I say you might not even want to use this one is because this is Electron. I'd recommend just using Tari, so because it's lighter weight. Also, you can customize it for however you want it. I'm a big proponent of making your own software because it's much easier these days. It's also a lot of fun. Hey Geraldo, I'm pretty vanilla. The reason I just use Cloud Code without any of these autonomous workflows like Oh My Open Code is because I'm kind of the team lead. I'm guiding it. I'm watching it. You would use those other ones when you are maybe you're stepping out, maybe you don't have a lot of software engineering experience. Then those ones make a lot more sense because you're not the team lead, I guess, in that case. So I think that's a good way to evaluate it. Like, do I want to be the team lead? Okay, then just use vanilla. You don't need do I not? You go to the open, autonomous workflows. That's a good flow for it, I would say. Yeah, exactly. Robot. Yeah, that's yes. It could also be our last commits that broke the initial animation. Let's just do a quick little audit of this. Yeah, let's go ahead and do 5. That makes sense. Are you pulling the audio files from? Oh yeah, so I pull them from Suno. I actually download them from Suno. But someone on the Discord, you can go ahead and check it. He actually made a repo. He's actually he's using some API. I forgot. But you can generate it in the app. He modified this retro player. I haven't tried it yet. Sounds kind of cool. I use Suno though, because Suno's doesn't have an API. And I really like the music they generate. So I just download it directly. And then I put it in just directly. Yeah, so we deleted the afternoon brief, but it was also showing the same wrong data. So it must have been getting from Firebase somehow, the old data. And it wasn't using the live quotes, which is strange. Check the latest commits to see if we changed anything regarding that. I don't remember doing that, but... Those are today's brief problem. Generated yesterday's data for some reason. on the news. That's our news section. For today. So I think it was maybe a change we made yesterday. Huh, strangeness. So I'm getting that prior conversation. But I think what I'm going to do, I'm going to stash. So that means I'm going to get rid of my local changes for a little bit to see if that's what broke it. It might be the commit before. It's possible. They actually don't use Shotter at all. We have our own tools. So we have our this one and yeah. So pretty much everything you see we make, I might have it up here, but it doesn't mean I'm using it. Okay, it was the commit before, it looks like. So the animation, even when I stashed, still broken. So I'm pretty sure it's either the last commit or the commit before it's where we broke the animation. Let's go ahead and do an audit of that. Basically, the tree is not getting the data, or word data. There's no words. And I think if you can't find it, we might just need to totally kill all the word galaxy processes. We're going to start from scratch. Local port, track all open ports on the local system. Oh, that's awesome. I also saw someone on Twitter today. They built this awesome visualization of all the Wi-Fi signals near them, and you could like triangulate where the where like routers are and all sorts of stuff. Very, very cool based on where you are. It's like, damn, that's pretty sick. Hey, Nerd at Night. I'm building a few things. Our main product is Prisma Market, but I'm working on our Vibe text for a little bit. It's something that's kind of fun, but if it turns out to be really fun to use, maybe, you know, never know, you could put it on the Mac store or something for a voice to text tool. That's fun. But overall, yeah, I'm a big proponent of just like exploring your curiosity. If you find something fun to build, maybe there's something there. I use panes instead of Windows and iTerm 2. It's because I like being able to resize it very easily. I have my hotkeys. I don't really need it to be. Also, I've tried a few like Tmux, etc. It's just not my favorite. I just like this experience. I can easily click between. Got everything I need. Hey, Sassy. Yeah, we were working on the mobile app yesterday. Looks okay, I'd say. I'll pull it up here. It would be for both Android and iOS. We're using Expo. Oh, looks like it's not running. I will boot it up later. I'm going to work on the visualization to start. It's my first computer. I had a Dell XPS. Oh, my first computer. I don't remember. I was pretty young. But in high school, I had a Dell XPS 13 or something. Testing. Okay, yeah, go ahead and restart the Vibe to Text engine. Oh, nice. Oh, very interesting. So no, it was totally wrong. The data was totally wrong. It fetched data from yesterday. Why in the world could this have been? Could EODHD, the specific endpoint that we're getting, that's maybe some intraday endpoint or something that doesn't update? So that's our main project. There was a bug that I'm gonna spend a bit of time on. The Toshiba. That's it. Did you have the laptop with the little like nipple thing? The little thing is weird. I don't understand it. Is that the... Is that Toshiba? Let me look it up. It is, right? Yeah. That's Lenovo. Oh, no. Yeah, it's not. Yeah, the Lenovo, yeah. Nice. Yeah, Microsoft uses those too for their like security. I don't know why exactly. Testing. So actually, so I still want that cool line going up and down. And I think the line in the middle should not appear until I start speaking. Actually, the way it should work is you have that line going up and down, and as soon as you start speaking, it goes towards the center, and then it separates into, actually, we're only going to do 3 lines. Yeah, we're still having this kind of strange issue where the tree is not loading in. I think basically what we're going to do, going to I'm pretty sure it is some sort of race condition or something, but let's evaluate the files that you're editing. What is the length of the files currently? Like as in lines. Okay, it's not bad. It's either something where it's not actually reloading the code changes you're doing, or like some race condition that you're missing. Let's consider. Okay, this is a test. Hey, that's pretty cool. I like it. The only thing is, it's not in the middle. Like it almost seems too high, the separation of the line. So basically, just move down the separation on the sphere. Okay, this is a test. No, don't make it I keep the spread the same. The only thing is like the actual line, when it goes to when I'm speaking, is like too high on the sphere. It should be lowered. Frankenbrief. No, no. So I'm actually telling you here that this data was wrong. The sector performance data was wrong. I validated, and I validated that the stats were wrong too, the live stats. Are you not able to see that in the logs? In which case, if you can't see it, you need to actually download everything off of the cloud log. Let's actually talk about how you're going to do this so you can find it. Yeah, it's pretty good. The only thing is one more, I'll show you what I'm talking about. It's basically that there are some like jagged edges running around. Do you see from this image what I'm talking about? First computer was 1986 Packard Bell. Nice. Interesting. That's cool. Nice. That's cool. Now you've seen quite the developments. So 8 years old, you're probably really interested in computers already, which is interesting. 8. That's pretty young. Oh, gotcha. Yeah, it is smoother now, but now I'll show you what it looks like. It's a little too bright, I would say. Hello, Russian. I send an image. We're just going to regenerate today's brief for today. So go ahead and trigger it on production and trigger the morning brief as well. And then we're going to take a look. Can you load the new shader into the Word Galaxy app so that way we can easily send you an image? Yeah, no kidding. No, seriously, the Star Trek reality is looking more and more likely. I mean, we are in the future. It's a little crazy. No, I mean, once you automate this kind of thing, you can get to any... I think it's true. If you automate software development totally, you can automate anything. I think that is true, actually. Starfleet Academy. Yeah. Yeah, it's wild, dude. It's really exciting, but also just it's gonna be really weird. Hey, yeah. So the general, like, let's say you try to work on a project, you'll find at some point you'll get stuck, and then you need to rely more on planning. Right now, AI is good, but you're still the team lead, so you still have to guide it to generate anything that's complex. So software engineering knowledge is still very helpful. So it's not like automated or anything. Hey, L System, working on a few different things. This is a fun little project, but we're working on our main project too. This is our main project. This is related to our voice to text. As you speak more, the tree grows. But if you say bad things to the AI, this is the AI, it gets mad and starts destroying your planets and killing your villagers. Based on the voice to text app that we have, which is here. It's in the description if you like it. It's the thing I use to talk to the AI. So when I'm talking to the AI, this thing, which we're going to fix shortly, like you can see the text pops up here. So once I do that, it's going to show up in the app. And the AI has things that make him upset versus happy. So today he is reasonably okay. But I just realized this is loading in everything, which we want it to load in by the day, I think. So if you make him mad one day, it'll make a big influence and he'll start destroying everything. Okay, let me look at... Okay, perfect. So it's better, but the problem is now that it's just a bit too bright, as you can see. You need to lower the brightness. Also, there's still some triangle things going on. Do you know what's going on here? Probably gonna commit though. Yeah, we're gonna load in actual models. Right now they're just placeholders, those shapes you saw that AI created, but we can query it to load in an actual interesting model, which will make it look cool. So for the planet and houses, we're going to use Tripo3D API. The API key you can find in our other project, AFK AI. We're going to generate planets, we're going to generate houses, and we're going to generate, instead of those things you're using for the people, we're just going to generate a few different models for villagers, probably 5. I use a cloud code. Probably going to run it over here, just in case it decides to do something stupid with my API key. I use iterm too. There we go. I think it looks great. The only thing is just make the make it a little bit less bright, probably 10% less bright, the sphere. So these are all the words on the tree. It's ordered by, on the bottom, it's like the beginning. Adam joins every day. He puts on playlist. And these are our least used words, or most recently used as well. Interesting. Well, I'm going to go take a look at that. That's our main product. I'm curious. Yeah, read the FAQ. It's mostly satirical. It's also an indicator that we're doing this a long time, because it's interesting. Yeah, drop it another 10%, and make the lines a bit brighter. So the lines should be brighter, brighter white, I would say, or just a brighter color, and the extremes on the pink and the blue should basically just be probably 10% less bright. So you can just lower the opacity basically for those. That explains it. That's just simple math. I don't know how interesting of a graph that is. Cool, yeah. Lowered another 10%, I would say, the colors on the pink and the blue. Air Auto, we spent time. I mean, this is also part of the marketing. And we get 30 to 40 people using it every day. This is MVP, so we let people in off the beta. And we learn from them on how they're using it. But there are other things we've done too, SEMrush, etc. What about the latest one? There was one that was running that I canceled. Double check that it hasn't been deployed. When I talk, sometimes it's getting clipped by the... we have a limited rectangle around the sphere. So can we make that a little bit bigger? Okay. Cool. This is fine then. Go ahead and run the deploy script. No, now it's actually getting clipped more. So let's evaluate. The sphere is going off the edges when I'm talking. So when it gets bigger. Hey, nice. AI, no one knows. Testing. Yeah, I like it. Looks pretty good. I think the only thing, the only thing, make the lines a little bit less white. They're just a little bit too bright. Probably lower that by 30%. The lines that are also. Yeah, so you can't just trigger the today's brief. You have to follow our instructions that we put in our doc. You have to delete the old one and then run the today's brief again. Damn, that sucks, Paul. This is a test. No, so they don't hide on the back of the sphere. And like I said, I don't think they need to hide. They just need to be on the same latitude, right? Do you understand what I'm saying? Yeah, it's we'll probably spend some time on that today as well. But yeah, we do have the first version. Doesn't look very good as far as like styles go. So I spent some time on that. We may have to spend a little time running it on our own, running it locally, and then we'll evaluate. Now it's doing like a little bit of a rotation while it's running. I actually kind of liked it before, where the sphere would stay, I mean the lines would stay in the same. Actually, it's not bad. I kind of liked it. I kind of liked it before. That's kind of cool. Might keep it actually. Okay, we'll keep it. Oh, I see. Basically, can you check the today's context? So in today's context, it has what was being called for today to get the prices. We know that is where the failure happens today. I'm more concerned about the afternoon brief. So we're going to look at which endpoint it was calling, and we'll see if that's the Alpha Vantage one. exactly what I thought. Yes, it's true. Hey Ben, welcome. Um, I personally think it's there's going to be this huge theme of companies building their own internal tools for a lot of reasons, both for security, mainly that is getting easier to just build your own stuff. Like it doesn't require a lot of developer hours to make your own internal tools, and I think that probably hurts Salesforce. That's kind of my idea. Yeah. I don't want to do that right now. So work on the iOS version. Not totally sure about that. Why can't you just go to the website? I'm using Expo. Actually, I'll be right back. One moment. Oh, I'm back. Hey, Mohammed, I use Expo. Test. Okay, good. Yeah, exactly, Mohammed. Oh, cool. I check this out. Was it a desert blow? Yeah, so remove the old elements, like, you know, we need like the, you don't need to remove it from the code, you can just take it out for now, so it doesn't display, but the crops, everything else, that should all be Yeah, we're just going to use the new GLBs. The GLBs need to load in gradually, just like the houses do. So you got to hook it up to the same logic. Yeah, but the headline, the headline for today, when it generated, was based on the prior day's data. So something happened, and I want to understand why. I don't commit the GLBs because those are too big. Yeah, definitely blurs. Are you talking about for the AFK AI thing? Yeah, I made with the AI. Got Bob the Builder over here. Yeah, definitely. Do you have a reliable way to tell the bounding box of the sphere? Right now it's off. How can we do this? Let's talk about it. Like right now you're not able to tell the surface. And we need to do it in a way that is, we could just manually tune it, honestly. Just size up the planet by 2 times. Hey, you can just generate them. You can just tell Cloud, hey, generate me some assets. And it will do it. It just has to go to some API. It goes Tripo. There's a lot of other ones too. You can just be like, hey, do it. Also, you'll notice there'll be a little lag, but we can just decimate the assets. So we just remove a lot of vertices and it'll look fine. The AI generated models always have like a lot, and it's not really necessary. That's pretty close. And this tree's stealing my thunder. Cool. So we're gonna run a decimate on all these models. It's because it's a little laggy. Just decimated by probably 10% the vertices on all of them. You can look at AFK AI. We already implemented a decimate there, so you can just pull it in. This guy is kind of in the ground. These people are in the ground. $260,000 vertices per model. Holy shit. My computer is working hard. Yeah, I think that's fine. Go ahead and work on the iOS. We need to add all the features we have. So the settings where you can customize the brief. Hey, the real, welcome. We're gonna close the freaking lag fest of a thing. It is. It's a little crazy. First, it's day 67. When's the next meme? 420? Gonna be a little bit. I only need to do this 5 more times, 6 more times, 7 more times. Ugh. That's a long time. That's a long wait for the memes. Yeah. There were 12 word galaxy processes. Holy shit. Yeah, pretty good. I'd say it's kind of a cool feature. Right now I'm working on a bug here. Hey, Mr. Jimmy. A lot of it's just kind of iteration, I would say. It's like, you notice it looks wrong, and then what I do is I take an image, I get it to Cloud, and I ask, hey, what are the like fundamental reasons why this doesn't look right? Like, what is the actual principle behind design? And it will tell me. And then from there, I just choose the most likely one and do that until it looks okay. Yeah, exactly. Polaris, that's about right. Oh shit, it's estimated at 90%. Well, you know what? It still looks okay. That's just how it be. Yeah. Dude, this guy has dogs. Oh no, these are not dogs. These are guys in the ground. Yeah. Sad. So closed. Don't know how exactly. Wait, explain. So you're saying when it hits the rate limit, it actually returns the prior day's data? So it's their cache? That's what you're saying? That's interesting. Okay, well that would make sense. It's confusing. So basically, if you hit the rate limits for the data provider we're using, they give you the prior day's data. That's a little confusing. I don't really know what the value of that would be. Oh, it's just speculating. Okay, well that's not very helpful. We'll run a little test. Yeah, so it's interesting, right? We're going to test this, right? So we're going to simulate it, like call it the same amount of times. It's going to be like 30 times, and then we'll see if that's what happens. It's just an interesting problem, right? Like this is showing the prior day's data for some strange reason. We're calling the data provider. It's not using Firebase, so, which is what could potentially store the prior day's data. Oh, nice. We got our word galaxy. Oh no. It is possible that our decimate destroyed the colors. Let's investigate. I probably should have made a new model instead of running it on our old models. That is my fault. Probably will have to generate them again. It's okay. Actually, I'm going to do it in a different style anyway. It's a little too, like, I want it to be a little, like, cartoony a little bit. Not so, I don't know. Yeah, but I want to know the specific code path that produced this, right? So, okay, so let's imagine it. We run it. We get the rate limits, which we verified in the logs. Then what happens? How do we get to a prior day's data? Where do you find it in the code? I'm just doing this out of curiosity at this point. There's got to be some fallback somewhere where we go to the prior, and I want to remove it. If you guys work with Opus, you'll notice that. It loves to add like weird fallbacks that create weird bugs. It's not very helpful. So I will remove it when I find it. Yeah, I think these models are probably toast. We didn't commit them. So we're probably gonna generate a new set anyways. I want them to be a little more low poly, kind of like, you can think of like a 3D Stardew Valley or something. So generate. Then we're going to create a copy, and you're going to fix the decimates script that remove the colors. And then we're going to run it on those. You can delete the old ones because they are toast. Yes. Yeah, but I think you have some free credits if I remember correctly. I don't actually know. I'm pretty sure. Oh, maybe not actually. On Cloud Code, you might not. You might have to pay that immediately. It's been a long time. Hey, Anarchy. I'm waiting for Game Dev Day. Well, we're here. Working on... Right now, we accidentally decimated the colors out of our models. So we gotta regen them. That's okay, because I actually didn't like the style that much. So I'm gonna make them again. The reason we're doing that is because it was loading in, like, I think this was probably like 10 million vertices or something. Somehow my computer loaded it, I don't know. Hey, see the real? Hey, Anarchy, I'm using Tripo3D to generate it. I just asked Cloud Code to use my key, and then it just generates a bunch of them. My environment variable for the key. Design. Cool, Tantheon. What are you working on? Very interesting. Very interesting. Oh, wait, what? I think I found it. Stop. This is the right number, right? 6949. 626. Oh, no, it is. What? 69. Oh yeah, Tripo3D, sure. Yeah, I use this. This is what it's pretty good. There's another one actually. There's a few of these model generators. Some are actually better than others. So I would kind of play around. I use this one just because I'm used to it, but see which one works for you. Look up just like 3D model generators. $626. Oh, I just read it wrong. Yeah, this is the right number. Oh, no worries. Yeah, one day we will get back to just games. One day. That's kind of, that would be really fun. Maybe we could always just do a mix. That would probably be kind of what we're doing. All right, so I think I found it. Basically, the price is actually right. The price is right. It's the percent that's wrong somehow. Like the price was right for today, but for some reason it's showing negative 1.5%. How are we computing that number? Oh yeah, definitely. Dude, it's fun. Just being able to like will it into existence just by talking is pretty cool. Hey, Tanthian, I haven't tried it yet. For me personally, like it's fast enough, you know. I don't even need it to go fairy, because like I just have the three. If it's running faster, like I won't have time to read it. I could probably only do one or two. Yeah, like honestly, the speed is not an issue. It doesn't need to be much faster for me. One second. Yeah, no kidding, Anarchy. Like, think of all the things we'll be able to create in our lifetime. It'd be a lot of fun. I think probably long term, it's just going to be more and more people are creating things just to entertain each other, like just like epic games, and as things become easier and easier to automate. VR craziness. Probably in our old age, that'd be cool. Like we'll have so many things to keep us busy. I mean, okay, so this, you're arguing that EODHD, the price change percent, is wrong, which is very interesting. I want you to try to reproduce it, call it, and see what the change P is. It's possible. Or the eye of a needle. Yeah, I think it would probably get there, honestly. Dude, it's crazy though, the progress the last 3 years. I remember when ChatGPT came out, I was like, this is really amazing. But a little crazy. I honestly didn't expect it to get as good as it is now. I thought there would be a plateau, I think. I was like hyped about it because I thought it was like super cool. I started streaming, I was making the game. I was like, this is awesome. I still had to touch the code a lot, but I was like, damn, this is really cool. But like the fact that in less than a year, now I'm basically never touching the code. It's a lot of reading of code, but it's definitely a total switch. Yeah, they're totally amazing. It's almost, I was talking about this earlier, it's just so strange how amazing they are. Like, how could this strategy somehow produce things that are this intelligent seems almost strange. Like from the music to the video. I feel like more and more it's like some sort of fundamental property of the, you know, like we're discovering something really strange. It just seems strange to me. That's all I'm saying. AGH, it takes like a month or so. What do you do, Anarchy, out of curiosity? I definitely see some people on Twitter doing some crazy stuff. Like, you know, the triangulation using like Wi-Fi signals and stuff. And they have these like epic visualizations of like the routers over here. You know, I can see my neighbor's thing. You know, like that's pretty sick. Hey, JH. I think it's probably, you know, it's unlikely, right? Like you're basically rolling the dice, but you know, you might as well. The application takes less than a day, so I fill it out. I don't really expect much, but you know, why not, right? And I'll probably apply to more things and keep working on my stuff. Like I think the acceptance rate for YC is probably like, it says like 0.8% or something. So it's nothing that you should expect too much of. If I got an interview, that'd be pretty sick though. I'd be pretty stoked. We're building a multi-tenancy API backend for all my apps planned. Interesting. Are you going like is it kind of like you're doing experiments, or you're actually trying to sell like B2B? Or you're mostly just kind of building it maybe for maybe your own usages in your apps? Oh, AJ, sure. That's a very good point. Yeah, in a way, you know, it's funny. A lot of times I say, when I've been working on this, I say we, and my girlfriend's like, "Why are you saying we?" And partly because I think it's partly because it almost feels like a we. Like it's not just me, because it's like I'm sending someone to go work on something, and then they come back with a result, and I say, "You know, it's not good," or basically guiding them like a manager. I gotcha. That's cool. Oh, great. I like the style a little better, but unfortunately it decimated a little too much. Do you still have the existing models? You decimated the new ones a little bit too much, I would say. Also, what are all the models that you just generated? Did you generate all the people and houses and stuff too? See, it like deleted the vertices. It went too hardcore. Okay, cool. So, yeah, let's load in the originals first, and then we'll see what it looks like. Cool. Yeah, I don't see any of the houses or anything. So did you make sure to load them in? Oh, it put them in the... Got it. Never mind, they're here. They're just in the planet. So just make the planet like 20% smaller. Dude, these are really low poly. This is almost... What are these? Did Tripo generate these? These are really bad. I don't think it did. I think it didn't use Trippo. I think it actually, if it did, this is really strange looking. Did Trippo generate these? Hey, Persian. Yeah, quite a few people from Canada join. No, I actually literally just ran it about an hour ago, and all the change P's were wrong. Try with VOO in particular, the one that we had a problem with. That's really bizarre. Oh yeah, so I'm asking you to use Trippo. So please use Trippo for these new models that we're about to generate. Hey, Persian. No, we built our own. It's in the description if you like it. There's a bunch of cool statistics and things. How often you speak, and we're hooking it up right now to this visualization where if you say mean things to the AI, it will destroy your city. This tree visualizes the words that you've said with the vibe to text. Yeah, absolutely. We're gonna make a repo for the new iOS project. I'll make sure didn't bring in anything sensitive. We need to add a standard git ignore, I think. Interesting inner key. Oh, interesting. You're actually using it to generate the. That's what we did too. It's not too bad. But as far as like actually being able to generate, you know, like an advanced, realistic looking thing, that's a little tough, I think. What kind of game are you making? Well, it's not the Firestore doc. Remember, this is what positions moved. And somehow it came out with that change percent. Yeah, check the front end too. There might be some logic here. Check the front end, check the back end. I think it's probably unlikely that EODHD has the wrong data. It just seems unlikely to me. So there's probably some weird thing we did somewhere in this flow. Oh, great. Already has it. Oh, asset site. Oh, yeah. FPV sim for quadcopters. That's cool. Nice. So I see these like videos of people playing or they're flying these drones really fast. Is yours kind of like practice for that? Yeah, you can, but the YouTube doesn't allow it, so they block it. Feel free to post it on Discord though. Check it out. Why do you keep talking about the Firebase? We're not even getting it from Firebase, right? We're getting it from EODHT, the what position moved. Although, if you find that we are getting it from Firebase, then that's the issue. Go ahead and find it. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, it's a little bit outdated auto reply, but yeah, Codex is pretty good. I like it as well. Opus maybe a little bit better. Oh, sorry. That must have been loud. Yeah, I just have the max plan for Cloud Code. I just use the $20 on Codex. Seems to be pretty decent value, in my opinion, because I use it. I never hit the rate limit. Well, I don't use it for super long, but like a couple hours here and there. All right, so what we're going to do, we're going to trigger the afternoon brief again, and we're going to see. Yeah, in my opinion, OpenClaw is kind of a hype thing. Okay, let me look at the app. What do you like about Anarchy? Like, what specifically, what can it do that Cloud Code can't do? Okay, so we are going to work on the settings, because right now changing a lot of the settings doesn't work. Should call the same endpoints as in data feeds. Thanks, Ducks. Oh, I'm confused, Anarchy. Are you saying you don't like it? I kind of got the vibe you do. It's satirical. It's a bit of a joke. Oh, okay, Anarchy. Yeah, then we are in agreements. I don't think it's a good idea either. Hey, altcoin was good. Yeah, Codex 5.3 pretty good. I agree. I use Suno for my songs. Oh, I ran out of crits. Huh. Hey, Anarchy. I agree. I actually cloned the repo and I did it on stream. Looking at some of the security problems. I do not recommend it. Hey, who is? And Emin. I gotta get okay, triple 2T. Oh, it's gotta be a browser cache thing. I think that's what it was. Let me check on. Idea. It's hooked to our voice to text, and if I start being mean to the AI will starts destroying my planet and the village. So it has some sentiments on my. If I'm like telling the AI he sucks, it'll start to kill my villagers. Okay. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. I think I am. Cool. Yeah. Add more tripo credits. Cool. So right now it's generating the rest of them. What are these? Yeah. It was interesting. It wasn't my favorite. I actually liked where I was working before, Expedia, a little more. Even though the situation was weird, whereas like most of my team was in India, which again is fine. It's just like the time zone thing. That's a little tricky, working at 8 p.m. every day, and then the morning. Cool. Let me check this out. Interesting. Yeah. I get you. We still have the same issue with the oh, you're started. What does it even mean? Yeah, so it's still actually the same issue. After the regeneration, move to the afternoon brief, we still see an outdated change percent. So it's got to be a display issue, I think. Hey, Paul. These kind of look like the original ones. Wait a second. No, they are different, I think. Okay, now we're going to optimize them. I might get rid of the Bob the Builder one. Yeah, so explain, because I thought the the positions moved, right? Is getting live EOD HD data on afternoon brief generation. It is, because the price is right. However, the percents is wrong. So that's the problem, right? Oh, that's probably what it is. Okay, I get it now. We have sub collections, and when I'm telling it to remove the today's brief, it's not removing the sub collections. So it's still serving the problem one that we fixed. And it's not regenerating the sub collections. Okay, that's what's going on. Okay, actually, wait, is that true? Oh, but that's the same problem. Okay, I think I get it now. When we ran the step of like deleting the afternoon brief, we need to add to our doc that we have to delete the sub collections too. So the positions moved as a sub collection that we have to actually run through and delete, because when we're doing our regeneration, it's not deleting those. It's just like skipping it. Yeah. Hey, Yunu, how's it going? No. That's okay, we didn't do it on the original one. So take a look, it actually decimated the planet and lost the color, so we have to fix that bug. And we're going to delete the ones that have been destroyed. I'll move this over here. Yeah, definitely. We already have to. So we've actually already implemented the decimate in AFK AI. You can actually go ahead and find it. I'll show you where it is. You can go find it there. There's a decimate function that works perfectly. We've tested it before. So guys, while this runs, I'm going to be right back. Nope, I'm back. Cool, let me test this. Thank you. Oh, great. This one's actually right. Okay. I thought for a second it was wrong again. I was like, bro, what the actual... That makes sense, though. Hey, Victor, I made it in Suno. I put, there's a link in the chat. Okay, it's not bad. What? Okay, we gotta fix this. This happened twice. We're using a dumber model recently because it's much faster in the research. But we probably will stick with the same model for today's brief because it doesn't need to be that fast. Because it's more important that it's accurate and not just crazy graph. An hour? Yeah. Wait, really, Victor? That's funny. So they actually posted an AI lo-fi playlist? Why? What's the point of that? What does Star Wars have to do with random lo-fi AI music? I'm just reading the charts. Looks like we only had one really nutty one so far. There's a few things I want to change. Number one, this visual is confusing to people, I think. And it's confusing to me sometimes. So I'm probably going to change it. Not sure if that's going to send, but that... Oh, I can't see links because YouTube. But I am curious, why do you think Star Wars is posting AI music? What's the point? Let me look it up. I don't see anything on this. Paul, didn't you just say you lost? I'm confused. Paul, you're always confusing me. Not gonna lie. Yeah, it's true. I'm reading charts. This is my newspaper. Okay, this is bad. This is giving me like 3... Interesting. All right, so I'm gonna fix a few things now. Oh, I will fix it, Paul. It was probably when I booted up that crazy web galaxy. Really messed with my computer. I would not be surprised. All right, so we're going to fix a few things. Number one, we're going to start with this particular kind of thing. It should never show in the today's brief. Okay, number two, there's another problem where sometimes it returns an error like this. If there's no chart data, we should never display anything. This is actually a little strange because we do have a validation step which should be covering this. I wonder when we switch to running them all in parallel if it's somehow skipping this. I'll have an extra visual front end check though. But this is a broader thing. If the portfolio section for your portfolio is using the question card, which it might be, go ahead and evaluate. Thanks, Duck. Hey, thanks, Andre. The next thing we're going to investigate is on our validation step on the today's brief. It's supposed to catch these scenarios, so I have a feeling when we switched it to run in parallel, there's some bug where it's not actually filtering out all the bad ones. Let's go ahead and actually audit how the validation step is working in the today's brief, and we're going to talk about it. Nice. Oh, fantastic. Anarchy. That's great. They can also do something interesting. They can like segment out the model into different pieces. So if you ever need to animate them separately or remove them separately, it's pretty good at that too. You got an extra API for that. Hey ducks, what you say is very confusing. Well, let me look at the frequency. Yeah, no problem. What are they doing? Cool, yeah, it looks pretty good. I think we should decimate maybe 20% more because it's still a little laggy. Now the next feature I would like to add is I want to be able to see my transcription history in a very creative way, like next to the planet. Maybe it's like, I can't really think of it, maybe like a nebula, like a cloud. And I have like all the prior transcription history, and it's like the cloud is like red, but it's made up of the words. Oh yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, but okay, even though the chart data might be empty, there's still errors that are flowing through. So for example, here's how I envision the validator working, right? Well, actually, let's talk about validator pi because we already implemented it. So that should run after the chart generation. Let's talk about it. Hey, definitely, Victor, I pay the subscription way better value. Oh, it actually is here. Yeah, let's talk about this one, right? This is the important one, that chart review process. Is it actually currently reviewing the charts generated? Because what happens when there's no data, right? Then it should be skipped currently, but it's not. So we're currently skipping this. Yeah, exactly. So yeah, this seems pretty straightforward. If it doesn't have chart bytes, it should not display. It should not add the chart to the brief. But let's double check, right? That this final validation always runs after all the charts have been generated, because again, they're running in parallel. So let's double check that. Here, this is the iOS app stuff. I'm going to go look at it. Did you reload it? Right now when I click settings, it just goes back to the main page. Light, dark mode don't work. Probably just, I assume, some auth stuff. Oh. Let me check. Whoa, I like it. Great. The only thing with this nebula, though, it should be the actual full sentences together. Also, for some reason, I can't like zoom sometimes. Like for some reason, there's some like locking on my zoom. Hey, Reigns. Can you explain the parallel flow to me? So they all join together before the final validation? How exactly does that work in the code? So I think basically the idea is he's going to be cradling the planet, and he's going to be holding this nebula in his hand, which has the recent transcriptions. I like it. Yeah, I'm still, yeah, don't have this min distance on the zoom. I don't like it. I should be able to zoom wherever I want forever. No, it should never stop me from zooming. So that nebula there, what was the time period that it was created in? Okay, it's kind of cool. I think basically it's pulling the most recent 100 entries, right? So once the animation is done, it's going to be like slowly pulling in the words from the nebula over to the tree and putting it in the right place. So it's going to be taking a word. So it's kind of like the nebula is like feeding the tree. And like, let's say I don't speak in like the last few hours, then it's likely the nebula will have totally dissolved into the tree. But then if I start speaking, it starts to populate the nebula again. So in order to do this, you have to actually have a file watcher or some watcher on the DB. Every time I do a transcription, it has to actually add it to the nebula. And then you're going to have something that's like taking it out of the nebula over a certain amount of time. and I will be able to see the words move out of the nebula to the tree and into the right place. If the word already exists, it's just going to join with the current word on the tree. Go ahead and clarify your understanding. Okay, so now we're going to work on, right now the AI is kind of this like black hole looking thing, but he's actually going to have a giant body that's like cradling the planet, and he's holding the nebula in his hands. How are we going to go about this? We could go about like trying to generate a model with Tripo, but I think this model might be a little bit too specific for it to get. So let's okay, should work. I commit it. So I'm going to remove this. Because then I'll be able to see. Although, what if there's an error? Like, I'll show you an example. I see. Oh, there it is. So if there's an error like this, will the current validation catch it? Or will this count as chart data, this particular error message? Oh, that's cool. Yeah, we're going to do this. It has to be like very concentrated particles because the nebula is also kind of like word particles. So try to make this. But before we begin, do you have like the coordinates of the planets and the nebula so you can like get it really precise? So will the nebula actually, how can I tell that the nebula is actually adding words when I'm done talking? Can you make it fly in from somewhere, or what should we do? Because I can't actually tell that anything's changing the nebula. So when I first booted up, right? Like let's say it's been 24 hours and I first booted up. Is everything from the nebula going to be gone? How does it work like when the app is not running? Hey, this is 3GS. I'm building this. It's based on my voice to text words when I'm talking with AI. It's kind of like think of it like a visualization simulation thing. It's bringing the words out of the nebula to my tree of words. Dude, without context, I know this is probably really confusing. Hey, Victor. Dude, I'm mind blown when I work on Suno. Like when I generate the thing, I'm like, holy shit. How is this possible? Like yesterday, it dropped like this 8-minute, really awesome. I'm gonna play it. Every time it gets going, I'm vibing. Oh, anarchy. Yeah, like, dude, I have to. There's so many layers to this. There's like, okay, first we made a like for new joiner, right? It's like first we made a voice to text program, but a lot of people, you know, if they're not software people, they don't even probably know what that. Like, I'm just picturing my mom. If I tell her I made a voice to text program, she'd be like, "What does that mean?" So then you have to explain that. And then you have to explain the voice-to-text program has statistics that we've created. And then you have to explain that we're bringing the statistics from the DB into the visualization. And then you have to explain that the AI, there's sentiment analysis on the analytics, so it starts to get mad and destroy the planet. Like that's like 5 layers of like what? Hey, thanks, Gary. Well, ideally, it actually does the calculation, right? Where it's like, you know, there's a certain amount of time it will take to get rid of the nebula, right? And let's say I was using voice to text for a while and then I boot it up 2 hours later, it should be able to calculate what should be on the nebula based on the average rate of it dispersing into the tree. So that way it's always accurate. Like, no matter when you boot it up, it's like, oh, okay, it's still working on putting the nebula in the tree. Yeah, yeah, exactly. Yeah, exactly. This is a... No, wait, Gary got it. Should be like, what the... What does that even mean? Like, who knows? Maybe this is how we were created. Some just alien making some random shit. Okay. Hey, Sata. I don't understand this. Can you revert this change? I don't actually understand. Can you explain more detail? I'm not really talking about the specific error. I'm talking about like we need to be able to detect that the in our validator that there's an error in the chart data. It doesn't really matter what the error is, right? Like it's just a matter of like that's the purpose of the validator. Like right now we covered this scenario where there's no chart data, but also there's the scenario of like we can't send maybe the image to the LLM because it's broken, in which case it shouldn't show. Actually, I'm kind of wondering why did it pass? Because if there is an error, it shouldn't have passed this validation step. So there's some reason that it did, which is confusing. Hey, Zigzag, I'm talking to the LLM. So whenever this bubble comes up, it means I'm talking to the LLM. Oh, it's a little confusing. So basically, if I'm talking really fast one day, the nebula should get bigger and bigger and bigger. Hey, Bravo. Okay, cool. Well, we'll definitely test it. Okay, great. So we can see. Also, my Zoom is still being locked. I'd like both when I'm like limited going out and in sometimes. What is the reason behind this exactly? Hey, see anarchy. We're making a visualization for our voice to text. Yeah, exactly. It's exact. There we go. Now I'm not limited. No, I'm still being limited sometimes. What's the reason? Sometimes like I can't scroll any further. Don't like that. I use cloud code. Here are the tools. Yeah, do it. I'm building this for fun. It's I have my real project here, and this is what I'm building for fun. You guys heard of fun? Just curious. Okay, so right now I actually don't see the nebula word flying into the tree. Yes, I did work as a SWE. Thanks, Zigzag. Oh, that's probably what it is, actually. Okay, it's working now. So the nebula throws the words over. It's emptying out the words from the voice to text. Yeah, it's closed beta. I let people in off the waitlist. And so anyway, the nebula sends the words over and it empties it over time. even if I close this app and I open it like a couple hours later, it's going to keep track, and then it will be emptied onto the tree. So it's kind of a way to visualize how fast you've been speaking. How many words did you add? Did it? I should be able to zoom in on the words, but I'm having trouble with my zoom, so I'm gonna fix it. I'm still getting locked by the zoom. What is all the behavior with the zoom? Like, what is all the things interacting with the zooming? It's a little annoying. Oh, these are just blow blocks. We have to fix that. They should be the words. Thank you. Yeah, it's kind of cool. I like it. Yeah, I would say a lot of the designing was done through Gemini, but I also use Opus for like ideating about the designs. Alright, that sounds pretty good. I'm probably going to commit that, run the today's brief again. Hey, I used a shader. What I recommend is look on Shader Toy when you're kind of looking for cool visuals. Shader Toy has a lot of really good examples. So just tell Cloud Code, hey, go in Shader Toy and find me a visual. And then it's a good way. Hey, probably most, but the models are the biggest. So the way that you make it work on all machines is you just decimate the models. You run this little function, which we can do. My computer's pretty beefy, so I just keep it pretty. I don't need to decimate it too much, but yeah, we can definitely, like, if you're actually interested in this is mostly I'm building for myself, but if people actually want this in theory, I can do that. Yeah, let's yeah, well, let's talk about it. What's a good approach to this? I mean, I guess maybe can we totally disable the scrolling on everything besides 3GS orbit controls? Also, another thing, the nebula is no longer words. So, I mean, it's no longer the sentences. So something broke in the last change. And now we're going to perform the steps in the weekend run afternoon brief. Yeah, definitely. Yeah, you can imagine this. Like, imagine you have this on one screen, and like you're watching the words that you're saying to the AI populate the tree, and then like the AI starts destroying your city. That sounds kind of fun. I can maybe have it running over here. You could also populate this Nebula stuff from the Cloud Code data, because Cloud Code actually stores everything you're saying. So I can maybe convert this to not be our voice to text, but actually just what's in the Cloud Code session. That would maybe be something more applicable to everybody. You know what, maybe a clue in this, once I zoom in all the way, when I start dragging too, it's also way slower. So there might be a clue. Yeah, you never know. It's looking pretty bad, I would say. Let me send you an image. Number one, you removed his face. Don't remove his face. At least I think you did. I can't see it, but if you didn't, that's fine. No, you did. I think you did. I think it's actually just behind this square. But anyways, the idea is like, it's supposed to be like a giant... You guys get my vision? Right now you can't, I don't know about this, but it would be like huge. Is exact. I'm just using Cloud to code. I like Opus, but I've heard the new Gemini is pretty good. I'll probably try it tomorrow or something. Yes. The key is, would anyone pay? I mean, even getting people to use it is one thing. People might just want to make their own visuals. It's possible. That's what I do. I think they're they're conflicting. They're both trying to build it. Hey Xavier, how's it going? Actually, nothing changed. Check the files, make sure. But yeah, it's probably just some build thing, because nothing changed with the constellation. I'm using JavaScript, 3JS. Yeah, I agree. What are some drastic approaches we can take to fixing this particular issue? Exactly, Xavier. Yeah, you know, it's possible, but it's also just fun, and there's nothing wrong with that. In theory, if it's fun enough and I use it every day, then maybe some people would pay for it. But maybe not. That is okay too. Then I will just use it. But first, we need to fix this guy. He is very stickly. Oh, you're talking about the voice to text. Yes. Indeed. I guess maybe I could sell all the software tools in one. I think some people, they just want to have this setup. So then I just make like a little script, like a boot up script. Like run this to get all the things. That costs $10. Okay, something is, I think, pretty whack as far as, I think it's like you said, the stale bundles, because I'm noticing we made some other changes too, and nothing is changing. So I think we need to close all the processes, destroy the bundles, and boot it up again. So it makes many code, you know, many files. If you just do one file, it's not going to work super well, but it tends to make separate files by itself, so that's nice. That was kind of the old failure mode, like 10 months ago. With the models, they would just kind of all stick it in the same file, and then you had to do all that yourself. Like you had to tell it to make new files and design the thing, but it tends to just do it by itself now, so it's good. What is that? Dude, what is that? Oh, that's true. Yeah, but still nothing's updating, so it's kind of weird, if you ask me. I'm using, yeah, the Whisper model. Nope, nothing's changing. Very bizarre stuff, I would say. Do something really weird, like delete the, or actually just like change the colors of like the sky and stuff, and we're gonna test if it actually is changing. I think there's some weird caching thing going on. Oh, I'm gonna test this new brief. Hey, Victor. Yeah, it's actually, if you put in your email, I will approve you. So when we ran this last step, did we delete the for your portfolio sections listed as a step for the weekend? Because we should have. Yeah, so it's Prisma Markets. We're in closed beta right now. Has all you need, has all the financials. Cool, I'll approve you. Cool, you should receive an email shortly. Has a lot of like different types of data you can look at, all the financials. We have this cool debate feature we had recently where you can do /debates. For now, it's just a command that you do, but you can do /debate in the companies. So you can, yeah. And it will argue back and forth about the company. Can we, I think we forgot to add a, like the debate feature only subtracts 1 credit for the free user. We should probably make it a little bit more. Probably it should subtract 5 because it's going back and forth. That's a lot of querying. It's not that expensive, but it just makes a bit of sense. Thanks, Basilica. It does a cross-examination, answers, and then they go back. There's actually some research on this, apparently. This actually can help the models be better. And then we have a final judge that determines which one. I think there's probably just a few things we should change, though. Like, it keeps saying, I'm Prism Research Assistant, which is not very useful. It's a waste. Oh, it's because we made a code change, so it reloaded. Okay, so I'm gonna commit that. The next thing we were going to work on is these questions. I wanted them to be a little bit more personalized. We started to work on it. I think we made a plan, but we didn't actually send it. So that's what I'll work on in the middle here next, I think. And let me pull up my notes for what we're going to do next, actually. Right, new types of charts. Might do the article generation. So we're actually done with this. We did this yesterday, I think. I'll write this thing, the export. I'll probably do that one offline because have to like anonymize it or something. The CSV I'm going to use as a template. Somehow this happened. Any idea why this is showing on the front end? It should have been cut out by the validation, but I have a feeling the validation step is not running on the for-year portfolio questions. That's kind of what I suspect. Go figure that one. I'm probably going to undo these last changes. Yeah, so I guess it changed that green. Okay, so I guess the zoom is still broken or something. You have any idea what else it could be? A little weird. Because it stops me from zooming. It's kind of annoying. I guess we could change the controls. So it's not just zoom. Can you just look in Firebase for these particular questions under my user? My user is the market. I'm the admin market Prism data feed. So just look at what happened to these questions. Then we're going to try to figure out why it passed the validation. Fantastic. Oh, how the heck does Microsoft have P? Yeah, Victor. So the explanation for that is that's Ballmer. Most of the time that Microsoft was had a low valuation, Ballmer was in charge. And that period, if you look at the chart, this is the Ballmer period. You can see very flats, very ugly. Well, I guess. Wait, he went out 18, I think 2017 or something. Yeah, exactly. Oh no, this is. Wait, when did he leave? Oh, no. 2000 to 2014. Oh, it was way earlier. Okay. So right here to right here. Oh, great. So you might like this feature, Victor. We have these events on all the graphs. So it's a great way to learn about a stock, what happened. It's also on your portfolio too. So you can see like how your portfolio did at certain times and why. So if I like go in, I can see, okay, acquisition here, record sales, and then the red is the bad things. Are you talking about the oh, are you talking about the visualization? Oh, no, it just uses the words, but I guess I could hook it up to the cursor. But why would I? What would be the benefit? Oh, thanks, Victor. Yeah, let me know. Hey, thanks, Victor. Feel free if you see anything. Just shoot me this, and it sends it to my email, and I'll fix it. Because it's actually very helpful when people find stuff. I'd say the biggest bugs we have are probably today's brief related. Sometimes like things are empty like this, but sometimes a little more nefarious. Like this one doesn't load today. I don't like that. So try to fix that. But also one other thing that we want to test a lot is like importing things, like, and trying to get that right. That's going to be a longer term. I'll probably focus on that tomorrow or the next day. Making sure that we can import all types of portfolios. Okay, exactly. So can we just add a check for the D3 chart data as well? It should not just only have the PNG, because both are very important. I think basically what you're going to have to do, you're going to have to add logging somehow. That's the only way we're going to fix this. How do I access the logs via this this macOS app thing? Or can you actually find the logs, in which case that's easier? Great. So now what we're going to do, we're going to follow the steps again for the today's brief. You're going to delete it the same way, and then you're going to regenerate on production. Okay, did you find it? Relocate? Yeah, I put that I would. I'd go to SF, because why not? Sounds pretty fun. Oh yeah, I forgot I have to deploy. Thank you. Hey, can you do a search? I want to see if there's anything. This would be kind of a cool service where like we can pass in our own creation in 3JS, right? Like we try to build something. We have the general layout, like we have the shapes, and we can just like pass in those positions into some sort of like model generator, and it will actually respect what we did. Because a lot of times we generate kind of roughly what we want, but it just looks bad. And then if we could generate a model that has the exact precise dimensions and everything, does that something like that exist? Because imagine like we could create the body and stuff easily for doing this, so like it like cradles the planet and everything. It just would look bad because it'd just be like super easy shapes. But what if we could pass that into some model generator? Paper time. Let's look. Cool. Maybe we can develop a strategy to try doing something like this. I'll try a new one. I always do Tripo, so I'm going to try this one. Tripo's a little expensive, not going to lie. Hey, Shadow. I honestly haven't noticed much of a difference with 4.6. Interesting. I haven't really noticed that's worse, per se. I think for me, it's more or less the same. Yeah. Oh, Craftsman 3D takes a single image. Now this is a bad strategy, right? Like, is there anything that where we can get really precise? Like we pass in like our own rough 3JS implementation, and we can get a model with the exact specifications? Probably not. It's a very like niche use case. So we don't use long chain, but yeah, it's basically exactly what you said. It brings in the data that it needs to answer the question, and then we have a validation step after that. Right now I'm these all run in parallel, so it only takes like 5 minutes or so for it to generate all these, and it's running the code. We provide a library for it to use, and it runs the code. But if you ever have any questions about one, you can always click like Ask AI, and it has metadata attached to the chart, so you can ask questions about like how it was made and stuff like that. But with that said, there'll probably be bugs, and I find bugs pretty frequently, but I just fix them as I see them. Yeah, thank you. We're going to evolve to more cool visualizations and correlations. I can show you some if you like. We're going to bring in this type of visualization, which is kind of like an ignore the colors. The colors don't really mean anything. Very interesting, but it's like the theme of like AI infrastructure. You can like see how they're all moving. Like if they're moving this direction, this is like the acceleration of the stock. So you can kind of track sector rotations. These are recurring revenue stocks, high margin. So this is kind of one thing we'll probably notify people, like, hey, there's a sector rotation for a company you own or something. And then there's another type. Actually, not this one. This one's cool too, but it's the this one. Like if there's like a change in your baskets that you follow. So if you're interested in streaming, and there's one company that's like way cheaper than the rest of the others by like 2 standard deviations or something. Yeah, it's Prisma Trading Bot. I might do it for fun one day, maybe. We can take like a feature that we have, maybe the debate feature, and like just have the bot trade a paper trade or real trade, maybe. Never know. Hey, no worries. Yeah. So I actually use Cloud Code to ideate on a lot of stuff. So like I didn't know about, I'll show you. I didn't know about this idea of like hidden variables. It's kind of cool. It's basically like, let me show you. So this is like the stock market universe, right? And everything correlates with each other to some extent. But you can extract out just using like math that there's some hidden variable, right? That is affecting a certain group of stocks. And it usually is something like let's say you have a bundle of retail companies and they correlate very highly. Then there's a hidden variable that's just like called retail, right? The hidden variable, the human basically has to try to identify what it is. There's some reason why there's like a basket. Maybe they're Chinese companies, maybe like they're exposed to a certain kind of risk. And so what this other page does, it finds the stocks that have hidden variables. So in this case, you have the general market hidden variable. That's essentially every single stock on the stock market is affected by this, just general market economics. But then the second and third theme here is just the fact that these are tech companies. So these are correlated, and it's negatively correlated with JP Morgan. And it kind of does, for some reason, this particular, which we would get rid of that. It does both the, hold on, let me actually remember. This one's kind of weird. Actually, I don't know what the third one is, but the second one is definitely the tech companies. What was this one? It's negatively correlated with JP Morgan and negatively with Google. So I have no idea what that one is. But the second one is definitely tech stocks because, as you can see, it's targeting all the tech stocks. They're all positively correlated. And it affects them by 9%. So the market is affecting them by 18. And I looked it up. Apparently, that's actually what it is, right? Like during stable market periods, when the market's relatively flat, the market variable goes down as an influence. During like market shocks, it goes up to like 40 to 60%. So this hidden variable would like spike. Anyways, how we would surface this in the product, I have no idea. As you can see, it took a little bit to explain. So to try to explain, that's maybe a more advanced user feature, because it's kind of just requires probably a little. Again, how would you explain that to your parents or something? Like, what the hell is that? What does it mean? But we spent a little bit of time just like making visualizations, like future vision. That's on the to-do list for things we're gonna do. This one is probably what we'll work on next after the mobile app. Oh, okay. That's actually probably good. Can you actually explain this a little bit more? Why is there a difference between chart type and render chart type? Shouldn't these just be the same? Yeah, I still don't actually understand why it exists at all. What was the reason why it was added? It's 48 gigabytes of RAM. Yes. Oh, cool. Hey, this is sick, actually. I'm gonna go look at it, if it's actually real. I don't really understand. How does it work exactly? I guess we can clone it. Just go ahead and clone it and let's look at it. So could I just turn my like little 3GS thing into a GOB and then just plug it in? But I probably have to train it, obviously. Can I train it? Do I have the power to train this? Probably not. I don't understand fully, actually. Could just be like one of these paper things. It's not actually usable. I just don't really understand what's the difference between bar highlight and comparison bar. Okay. So I guess our fix then would work for what we've done. I'll probably clean it up at some point. But... What does it say in the interface MD about highlight bar? Obviously the LLM is choosing highlight bar. Hey, does anyone have this running though? This does anyone have it running that I can call it with an API? What were we even doing with that though? Like, what were we thinking exactly? I guess we could just replace it. That's fine. Oh. Yeah, worth a shot. The only cost is time. What? You have a space to enter your social security number. I don't know about that. Seems a little bit sus. I would try it. Not the API, obviously. But the fact that that's even a space you can enter. I don't know about that. All right, cool. So we have its. Go ahead and actually, what is this company? Oh, it's Val AI. Seems pretty legit. Oh, it's got 50K. Yeah. I mean, the main reason we're having problems is like we can't get the logs. So if you can figure out this, actually, it's sort of the prerequisite to figuring out the rest of the stuff. I'm sorry. Oh, I see. Someone reported a bug. I'm going to fix it. I think it's on the research page, you can't add images. Right now, you can't add images. It's oh, I see what's trying to do. Oh, I see why. Okay. Okay, so a user tried to add via the portfolio assistant, but when they used the portfolio assistant, it only added the positions to the portfolio tab, not the watch list tab. So we got to make it clear to the user where it's adding, because it confuses them, and it makes sense that it's confusing. Clarify your understanding of what I'm telling you. All right, cool. Now we're going to deploy and rerun the brief. It'd be cool if like wherever you go, it'll like slowly then start to rotate around the tree. Like even if you're facing over here, just be like shh. Oh, cool. The sentences are back. Yay. Can't really see it though. Very easily, like the words that it's sending over. The words that it's sending over, can you scale up by like 10 times? That way you can easily see it, and then it shrinks right before it hits the tree. I have some like lerping, so it's very smooth, but basically it's like scales up, scales down. Actually, it's lerping. Yeah, you just go ahead. Just go ahead and do it. Do what I said. That makes sense. But... When you're sending it over, you're not sending it over by like one at a time in a transcription, or is it just sending over totally randomly? It'd be kind of cool if you could like see a sentence being sent over, right? Because it's sending it one at a time, one word at a time. Does that make sense? Another thing is I currently don't see it the way it should work is like the new words that are coming into the nebula are kind of like comets from various directions in the universe here. And so I don't see any, so it's probably not reading the database, or it's not watching the database. So do you understand the problem? All right, I think it'd be cool if, like, as it's coming in, let's come up with some ideas. I was kind of thinking it'd be cool if, you know, we can see the sentiment associated with the word. Hey, Victor. No, we were using a Restream, and Restream was very buggy. And I could multi-stream myself, but I probably will try another. Honestly, though, I just had no views on Twitch, so I'd be streaming and there'd be just like one person that joined. So I don't even, you know, right now I'm very low latency on the YouTube because I don't use any restreaming. So, you know, anytime you do a restream, there's going to be just added latency. It's just how it is. Unless I stream myself, like I do it from my computer. But the problem is that uses a lot of bandwidth over the course, you know, for the amount that I stream. So, you know, even though I have unlimited bandwidth, I don't really trust that they might try to throttle me if I do too much. So that's why I'm just going to do probably YouTube. Because I don't trust them. I don't trust ISPs. Just because they say it's unlimited, you know. All right, so can you check the logs about the scroll thing again? Do you see anything? Because it's, yeah, I'm still getting locked up sometimes. Hey, Victor, for some reason your message got deleted. I don't know. I'm going to whitelist you though. Nice, Victor. That's a good, good point. Yeah, exactly. I think Twitch is better if you already have an audience. You can like move over, but it's very hard to be discovered as a new streamer on Twitch. You might get one person who will watch. Gotcha. Wait, it's not Valentine's yet though, right? It's today. Scroll is still broken. Oh, right, in India, yes. That's right. Yeah, it's still unfortunately there. Do you see any logs about the zooming? The zooming, man. I might just have to change the controls because it's not that big of a deal. But I wish we could zoom very easily. Oh, that's sick. I can actually see it come out. I like that. Cool, I like this. You can actually see it growing your tree. Okay, this bug is fixed. For the words transcribed, I want it to have, like, while it's you know, in that initial animation, it's actually showing that the villagers, you know, the villagers spawned, the houses spawned because of your talking, right? So it has all the stats. Also, it's going to show a nice little sentiment graph for the last, you know, every day for the last, you know, if you could do a year. I don't know how you're going to do a year though, but yeah, it's going to build up a whole graph showing, it's going to do like an animation of the whole graph of your prior sentiments, your treatment of the AI. Hey, Victor. Running one agent's task at a time. Keeping less of the code. I think I usually do like a final review of the code. I do like scan it while it's going, so it's not doing anything too stupid, but then I have a final. So I agree with you. I kind of keep 2 or 3 going usually, or like 2 or 3 open, 1 or 2 going. And then while it's running, a lot of times I'm just playing around and doing stuff. Working on, or just clicking around basically. What's the bottleneck though? The bottleneck is probably figuring out what I want to do. So it's mostly on me, I think. Most of the time it's like, okay, what am I working on? Why am I working on this? What are the bugs? Cool. Oh, hey, Lynn, thanks. This is probably not going to be a product unless people want it, I guess. But the product is this here, Prisma Market. If you want to try it out, it's like for investors. Right now, this is kind of a fun little project with our voice to text. And it's actually a lot of fun. I liked. Okay, you can continue this. Where's the other thing? Oh, it's over here. Hey, Lynn, it's in a closed beta. I'm charging, I can show you. Actually, I can't because I'm a premium user. But it's like, we have 3 different plans. It's much cheaper for beta users. It's like $6, $10, $30 a month. And then it goes up for the once we release. I don't know when we would release. We'll probably be closed beta for a long time. Reasonably long anyways. Because we get enough users to test every day. So I'm just going to keep doing that. I don't really see much reason to release to the world at large because we're making progress doing this. So it's much easier and fix the bugs as they come. And enough people to see if they like it. Thank you. It has a bunch of really cool features. I use this for all my stock research now. I used to go to like Ticker and some other sites, but now I just go here. I got usually has insider transactions, but this is a foreign stock, so this one does not. It's an ADR. Got all your stuff. I usually start with just whenever I'm looking at a new company, we have these events that get populated. So I just kind of go through and learn what happens. It gives me a brief overview. And we also have like all the trader stuff, volume, RSI, all these things. And you also have this guy you can talk to. We're going to work on this. This suggested questions gives you questions that are based on the market, but it'd be really cool if it's more personalized. So we're spending some time on that. You can just like figure out what you want to research. Just click this over and over again. And it'll be based on your companies. And then we have our Discover tab, which has a lot of DCFs and just general macro and government data for a lot of countries. They also have that events tag, so you can go through and look at like recessions and what happened at, apparently Chile had some peak copper production levels, so you can see their GDP, government revenue went up because of that. It's kind of a cool way to learn about stuff. Widespread social protests likely caused this problem in 2019. And this looks like a free trade agreements that probably helped for a while. You look at like the tax revenue. Just follows the government revenue. Youth unemployments. Yeah, that's kind of cool. So this is 2008. See how like doubled in Chile. It's not cool actually, but it's good to know. Oh, same thing with these social protests. Let's look at another one. Small recession. That's COVID. Coal-fired power plant was inaugurated. I don't know what that means. Is this Slovenia? Hey, Frederick. It's a great question. Right now, we actually don't have it hooked up to our daily job. We have a daily job that runs. It wouldn't be too hard to hook it up, though. I think it's basically just it'd probably run every month, maybe, to populate the last month. Actually, it could be every quarter, because as you see, we don't really populate extremely often. So I think every quarter makes sense. So we might do that pretty soon. So as you can see, you can get all the events for your portfolio too. They populate from the companies. I use this quite a bit too. Yeah, so that's the whole thing. We got Bitcoin and everything. We don't have commodities, but we have Bitcoin and Forex. So we got all the Forex stuff. And we also populate the Forex with events too. So you can learn a little bit about Forex, you know, why things are moving. Because when I look at graphs of Forex, I don't really know why. It's kind of nice to... red is bad. The gray is neutral. But yeah, if anyone's interested in closed beta, I'll let you guys in. Basically, BBG comps more suitable for investors. Yeah, exactly. We use Alpha Vantage for like financials. We use government APIs for all the government stuff. News data UDHD. I'll look at the mobile app. This will be an iOS app. No, it's very simple. Amazing auto reply. OpenClaw, query news. Oh yeah, that makes sense. Yeah. Let me know if you have any feature ideas or anything. Like maybe we could provide you what you need. I'm just kidding. But if you have any kind of things that you want here, we can add it. you can put it in the feedback, and I will just get it in an email. I'm gonna commit first for this. Yeah, I think I'm going to start with the idea of generating an image with Gemini, or OpenAI actually. No, banana. I'll put this over here, I guess. Yeah, I just close it. Whatever. There's one bug when you're on the watch list page. Basically, the portfolio skill can't add to the watch list. That's sort of the bug. Can we go ahead and ideate a fix for this? I like it. It's kind of cool. All right, so the next thing to implement is right now the comments don't come in to feed the nebula after the transcription. So there's likely something in the logs about... Actually, go ahead and check the logs. Is there anything about how it can't... There's no changes based on the database additions? Also check, is there anything in the logs at all? Because otherwise we should set that up. Okay, this is a common problem that we have. Is there any way to turn on like cascade delete with Firebase? It's actually kind of annoying that, because we probably have some orphan stuff that we'll never find ever. Is there a setting somewhere? Yeah, can you just use the recursive delete then? that what they did? That's fine though. Doesn't really matter that much. I need to make sure this fix worked. Cool. Okay, this is a test that there are going to be potentially words coming into the nebula. I'm working on our visualization with our vibe text. So I currently don't see anything in the nebula or like a comment coming in or anything. Can you check the logs? Okay, so we did this. I'm going to... Good. So today we fixed a lot of things with today's brief. That is good. I think it won't happen again, the particular problems we saw. The next thing is the suggested questions. I think we made a plan for it. Can you check? I think we made a plan for our suggested questions. Or it's like this particular area. It should be in our docs. Go find it first before continuing. Yeah, so I already did a transcription. It shows up in the Electron app. Now you can look at the Electron app and see how it does it as well. Maybe it would help potentially. But the fact that you don't see it in the logs, we should fix that, right? Let's try to understand. Can you please nuke all the, or just delete the Web Galaxy processes? I think I'm running a few of them because my computer's slow. Oh, nice. Yeah. Yeah, let's talk about this. We tried to do this, but it was just a bit slow. Added, yeah, 3 gigabytes. Okay, so we need to start with kind of ideating. We like the idea. It's super cool to try to get this personalized recommendation. But it's just like, what's a lighter weight approach? That's not just like random. Hey, what's up? Pretty good, pretty good. I don't know, I'm just chilling. Doing my stuff. Okay, this is a test of the nebula. Hey, cool. The only thing is that it seems like when it's triggered, it actually brought in all of the transcriptions into the nebula, which should just be the most recent text. And it should be from far away. It should be like glowing yellow, like a comet, like flying into the nebula. But they should come from random directions all throughout. Totally random in the space from where they spawn. But it should be on the outside, so it spawns on the outside of the skybox and then comes in. Not a bad idea. The only thing though is we want it based on two things. They're companies that they own and investor types, etc. All these things, but we also want it based on what happened today. This actually should probably be weighted probably 60%. I think it makes sense to have 2/3 of the suggested questions to be the macro, and then 1/3 to be like what they own and stuff. And then obviously there's the intersection of like if what they own hits the macro, like the news and headlines, things like this, then we will definitely show it. We have the market context stored, and that is what we use to potentially pull this in. So let's ideate a plan to do to achieve our goals for this. To do touchy Virgles. What does that mean? Okay, this is a test of the new comet stuff. This is another test. One change, it appears I can no longer see the full transcription in the nebula. Like I can't see the text. Like each sentence no longer is appearing. What do we have tags for currently? I don't think we have any of these, right? So we have to add tags to everything. Okay, it kind of seems like a pain to me, honestly. Also, just to maintain that, like, hold on. What are our other options? Oh, I think I might know the issue. This is a test. Okay, for the comment, it needs to be much bigger. Also, I can't see the words in the comments. I mean, in the comments. So there might be some bug there because it seems like it's just like a square or something. Hey, Victor. Yes. That's true. Oh yeah, that's what we figured last time. I remember that actually. I just remembered that's what we figured last time is the Gemini embedding. So we're gonna do that. Let's create a plan. Actually, I'm pretty sure we already have a plan somewhere for it. Can you go ahead and find it? want to see like the words that contributed on this sentiment graph below it. Hey, Eswin. This is a test of the new comments. Can you make the comments like much more dramatic? Like I want it to be extremely bright, like flying through the sky and has a huge trail. It's like maybe like 1/8 the size of the freaking AI god or something. So it's like big, so you can easily see. Also, make it spawn farther away. I don't use OpenClaw. I think OpenClaw is just marketing gimmick, in my opinion. Oh, fantastic. Okay, so here's what we're doing, right? The idea is we're using Gemini to generate the design for what it's going to look like. The nebula will be here, the face will be here, but it's going to be more of like a cradling kind of situation. And then we go from there, we remove the planet, and we send it into this new API that takes in kind of this kind of stuff. And then we will generate the model. It'll be interesting. I've never tried this particular approach before. So let's see, what's the approach here exactly? Pre-compute embeddings. All the strings. Build a combined query string. Yeah, sounds pretty good to me. And before continuing, can you actually explain the mechanics of this? How does this actually work? Like from a user sending the query, how does it actually figure out, based on the embeddings, which to use? This is a test of the new comments. Testing. Test. For some reason, the comments are not on the text, like they're going to some random place, so they're not synced together. Right now, the comment is not synced with the word, so that it's like going to some other random place. Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. When do we actually run the embedding? But it doesn't need to. Oh, right. So it does need to fire per user, right? And the reason is because their data will change the embedding like vectors. How do we determine when to actually run it? I guess it's just like, yeah, once every 12 hours or something. When they log in, it refreshes. How much does Gemini charge for the embedding stuff? I think it'd be cool in the sentiment history if you can see under the graph, like while it's loading, what things you said were like the most versus the least impactful to the AI. Yeah, that's fine. Actually. So right now the comments all fly into the planet, and again they're not really synced with the words. Basically, the comment should be the word is the comment, right? As it's flying into the nebula, it should be the trail should be on the word. Does that make sense? Yeah, it would have to be run in the background though. It can't stop the loading. The loading speed is very important, so we just run it in the background as possible. Well, it's possible, of course. Cool, so we're actually already computing the embeddings. This is a test of the comets. Yeah, nice. That's cool. Let's see what the new one generated is. Cool. It made this. It's okay, but I think it should be more like. Not sure. I'm gonna try again. It's using Gemini 2 Flash instead of 3, so that's all. Let's try again. Okay, I want another representation of like the sentiment over time, kind of like in the same vein as that nebula where it has the word cloud. What could we kind of do that would like represent the history of me talking? Could it be maybe like an asteroid field around everything? You can somehow see the various points that caused problems with the. Well, I don't know. This idea, I'm not really sure. No, I think it's actually perfect though, because the god is going to be like cradling the planet under here. So like everything here is plants, but everything here, this is like where he's holding it. That makes sense? I don't know how to respond to the scientifically accurate part. Shref. It's a visualization. Also working on our product. Okay, but before we begin, let's try to fix the zoom again. Do you see anything in the logs about the zoom? Yeah, it's going to use Nano Banana Pro for the next image. I think that's going to be good. Okay, not bad, not bad, not bad. All right, this is the nebula. This is the freaking... maybe something a little different. Doesn't have to be a humanoid necessarily. Doesn't really fit the vibe, actually. Like, you triggered my shuffle. I have some on Suno. That are available. Is a visualization of my vibe text, but also our main product I'm working on. Okay, interesting. So tell me more about how this works, like currently, right? Is it going to respect my positions, and how is it going to actually bring in positions to fit those patterns, right? Because some of those patterns, if I remember correctly, don't actually have positions, they're variables that are filled in. How does that work in this embedding situation? So you can see what I just said flies into the nebula to be dispersed to the word tree. It's ridiculous, but kind of funny. Okay. Do you see any wheel events? Because I currently can't scroll. Okay, I actually can scroll. It's just I again get stuck. Ah, yeah, that's right. Wait, but how does it do that? Is it choosing a random ticker to implements to put in, or is the embedding doing that? Also, can we rename the app? It's no longer frequency tree. It's let's actually ideate a name for this on what exactly it is. No, I kind of want to like encapsulate the name of like the AI getting mad, or it's like some sort of like sentiments AI god thing. I don't know. Don't really know, but I need to kill these again. I will test this. So I should potentially have smarter questions. Let's see. I do have meta. Can you show me our patterns? Because our patterns are not very varied. I think we only put like 200 in, so the questions are not super interesting. Let's try to figure out why. Oh yeah, let's please fix this. We're going to add way more questions. Realistically, how many can we add for the Gemini embeddings to still be very fast when the user loads in on the initial calc? Hey, how's it going? Whoa, this one's kind of cool. Bro's kind of fat though, look at that. That's kind of cool, I like it. The only thing is like, what does he look like down here? He just has like his legs. Oh yeah, Nano Banana is very good. I'll show you what we're working on. Right now I'm trying to build a model I'll show you. So the idea here is this face guy, he's going to be holding the planet, and the nebula will be here. So something like this, and maybe the nebula will be here. Again, it needs to be way more descriptive. The idea is that we have to actually when the users join in, they have to know, hey, this is an AI that gets mad at you if you say mean things, you know what I mean? Based on like cloud code or like vibes text. It's fine if it's like a longer name, you know? Yeah, let's probably do 500 well-crafted questions, I would say. So let's start making our list. Oh, this is probably my favorite one so far. Yeah, this is probably my favorite. I think the only thing is hands should be probably a little bit lower. I commit my changes. This one's kind of neat. I like the old one though. I'm just gonna ask it made a new one. So I actually don't want you, I actually like the last one we made. Go ahead and pass that into Gemini 3 Pro, make a little script, pass it in, and just ask it to move the hand down a little bit. Oh yeah, there we go. Isn't this kind of funny that you guys see that Cloud Code actually predicted which one that I would like out of all of these? I notice that a lot. Like I'll read it and I'll be like, I like this one, and then I look down here and the auto predict already figured out that which one. This is pretty interesting. Yeah, so we're gonna do this one. Yeah, so basically just stash that change, send in this one to Gemini, ask him to lower the hand, the left one, left hand. Actually, it's the right one. The right from his perspective. So lower it so it's like under the planet. Compacting. Destroy it. Okay, no, not that. Use the existing one that you, now that you stashed it, it's back to what it was, the one that I liked. So use that. Perfect. So this is the new one. I lowered his hands, and now we're ready to send it to the 3D model generation. All right, it looks perfect. Now what we're gonna do, we're gonna remove the planet from the image. So send it back to Gemini. The planet will be removed. But before we begin, do we need to make it white background for this model, this val.ai thing? It was based on this repo. Yeah, but now what we're gonna do. Oh, fantastic. Okay, so but we're still going to pass in to the Gemini API. We're gonna remove the planet from the image, just the planet. Looks great. We're going to go ahead and use the remove background and send that over to the generate 3D model. I'm committing some things. We're going to make it so there's a bug where the villagers are no longer moving around. They're kind of just like stuck in place, so let's fix that. I mean, if you can make it so they don't run into the buildings, that would be kind of cool. But I know that's challenging. Let's just start with making them move around. Hey, Matthew, it's our voice-to-text simulation. Whenever I send stuff, it sends it to this nebula. And the nebula feeds the tree. And we're making the cosmic god AI thing. This is what he's going to look like. And when you make him mad, So if you say a bunch of things that make him mad, he starts to destroy the planet and kill all your villagers. And the tree, he will destroy it. That's kind of the idea. But you can hook this up to potentially cloud code too. So you could have all this stuff be your cloud code prompts that you're sending in. And if you're means a cloud, you can open up this visualization and watch what happens. We're renaming it to don't anger the AI. Yeah. Thank you. Okay, so this should work. I'm going to check. Did you already run the re-embeddings, or will it trigger once I load it? Looks like I had to restart. Oh, great. We have some different questions. Oh, these are interesting questions. Good. Oh, probably related to... Oh, I'm out of credits. Interesting. Okay. I think it usually takes a little bit. I'm going to change one thing though. I also want to change one thing. So basically, when we have our chart generation, we limited the perplexity API response to 150 or something. We're gonna double that to 300. Okay, how did the... All right, question is going to generate. I see I need to add more to open router as well. It tends to ask the same questions over and over again. I have a feeling it's because the same embeddings are matching, but when the user's clicking refresh, they want to get different stuff, Oh, great. The people are moving. Yay. Can we make the number of people match the number of villagers? Also, these are not synced up with like the amount of villagers we actually have. Yeah, we haven't published it yet. I'm not sure if we will, but maybe. Also, make sure to change the name here as well. How could this be an iOS app? That would be kind of cool. But what would it be? I spent about 240. Hey Aaron, it's actually free. It's in the description. So that's not very good business sense. But it is there. spend $240 per week. That's crazy. Spend $240 per month. Wait, can you explain exactly what the problem is here? Let me test this change as well. I wanted to ask a lot more stock related questions. Right now it's just kind of always asking like the same sort of stuff for macro, and it's not very interesting. How can we bias it? I think we actually put the percentages. We should totally flip those actually. How can we make this kind of idea an iOS app? I kind of like the idea of don't anger the AI. It sounds like a fun game. Maybe viral potential, maybe. But how would we, what would actually be the mechanic as opposed to what we've built here? So now the process is called don't anger the AI. Please find it. Worms 3D. What is that? Sorry. I don't know. No, we need a better mechanic. What's the actual thing it's incentivizing the user to do? Is it a productivity thing, maybe? Could also be something else. That is the idea. Cool. Test this change. So we should have much better suggested questions now. I'm gonna have to reload it. Hey, Kale. Yes. You want to see our current app thing? I'll show you the current iteration. Since we changed the name of the process, you have to actually add it to the hotkey again, because I think it's actually trying to boot up the old one. Okay, there we go. Your AI needs daily conversation to survive. And the food is your voice. Skip a day, it weakens. Real value combats loneliness. Daily routine anchor. Interesting. Reframe your thoughts. The AI is watching. Incentivizes cognitive reforming. I think this one might be the way. Nice. Good job. Keep. Does this actually so currently when I refresh the page on the profile that I was testing before, we'll have the new updates. Right now the questions seem still not a lot of stock choices. What are our percent questions that are stocks? So when you talk, there's a comet, and the nebula feeds the tree. Hey, nice kill. That's cool. Yeah. I kind of like the other music, Kifu. Yeah, add a lot more company templates. Probably 70%, honestly. Actually, 50%. So this is the entity we are adding currently. It's working on the mesh. Yeah, generate them. Tripo. Yeah. AWD, welcome. This is kind of a cool idea. Because we built it in Swift, would it be relatively easy to just make an iOS app? Like, can I actually run 3GS on the iOS app? Yeah. It is Swift, but we have 3AGS in it as well, which is interesting. Generate Starlink. Oh yeah, Starlink satellites. I like it. Hey, not bad. So it generated this mesh here. This mesh, it's going to fill out. I'm going to give it, I think it can be improved a little bit for sure. Yeah, you can see some improvements, right? I think it should be a little bit more like the image. Go look at the image as a reference and try to correct it. This is not the, this is just the mesh that's going to fill out the texture. Yeah, I start with an image and then I'm going to generate the model. It's kind of cool. So let's talk about the nebula. What will this be in this case? Like, let's say it's just something you have to talk to every day. Would it be maybe as you're talking to it, the comment would be coming in, but how would that work exactly? Because right now we're feeding it from our vibes text, right? So we got to feed it a different way. I'll just talk it out. Yeah, I have cloud code. I have my tools, but in the chat. I think basically any words in this case. We're going to build a new version of it, but essentially any words will feed it. It can be positive or negative. It's just the fact that they're talking to the AI, which is good. Yeah, exactly, WD. We're designing an iOS app that'll take this idea and do something with it, maybe. Same problems. Try one more time, I would say. And then I'm just wondering for the, when we throw it into the model generator, can we put in the mesh with the image? But also, like, why would someone do this? So basically, people would open it and talk to the thing. For what purpose, though? Aaron, we have our main project, which you can look in the FAQ. You can answer some of your questions. Let's say. I should put it in the description. I'll put the FAQ here. Yeah, kind of interesting. How powerful is this? Can it do it real time as you speak, or do you have to like pause for a moment? Prior conversation. I'm not really seeing much update to my questions. Do I have to like log into a new account or something? Really? Interesting. Well, it's kind of interesting. I mean, let's develop a feature set that we're going to implement for it. Don't modify this project at all. It's going to be a separate project, the iOS version of this. Hey, thanks, Jerry. I kind of like this idea. The reason I like this idea is like the other like talk to AI apps, they don't have like cool visuals of like a village growing and like comets flying into the nebula and all this stuff. It's just sort of like you have a chat bubble and there's like a thing, but I haven't seen one where it's like really cool. Like I'm like talking and like things are happening and like this is the AI, he looks cool. I feel like this is kind of neat, so I might do something with this section. Yeah, I kind of like it. I'm gonna make it. Very feasible. All right, sounds good. Let's make it a document, and you're gonna make a new folder. Put it in the projects folder. Hey Cherry, we're building a, this is hooked up to my Vibe to text right now. So when I say hello, this is a test, the words fly into the nebula, and the nebula feeds the tree, and the tree goes bigger. But if I say a bunch of negative things to Cloud Code, then the AI will get mad and start to destroy the village. So this is the bad things that I said that made him upset. But I think I'm gonna make it, yeah, I made this. I'm thinking I'm gonna make it an iOS app where it's like you're talking to the AI and you talking to it feeds the nebula in the same way, and it feeds the tree and you have your village. But what makes it mad is you not talking to it. So if you don't talk to it for 5-10 days, then the AI starts to get upset and he starts to destroy your village and destroy your tree. I think it's actually a pretty good idea. I like it. It's kind of fun. Thank you. Yeah, absolutely. I'm gonna work on it for the next few days, probably. So the AI won't look like this. He's going to look like this. I'll show you. He's going to be cradling the planet like this. And the nebula will be here, and he'll have the hand will be under like this. I'm gonna release it. I just started working on it, but I'll probably work on this for the next few days and see how it goes. I just started working on this yesterday, or 2 days ago. I think it was yesterday, actually. Maybe it was 2 days, I can't remember. Hey, that auto replies for the other thing. Sorry about that. Yeah, okay, let's go ahead and start building it. It should take basically all the same resources from the other project. And the first thing you're going to implement is the Blade Town script. I never played it. Once you get that everything set up, this is the first thing we're going to try to implement to get that working. Are there any limitations as far as, so right now I'm looking at our project. We're turning our Don't Anger the AI into iOS. What are the limitations as far as vertices go with the GLB files? As far as I know, it should be fine. We just have to probably optimize a little more. GLB is, you can use in the web. Yeah, it's fine. Yeah, it'll totally work. Hey, Cherry. I'm not streaming on Twitch. Oh, actually, let me check this out. Is there a new GLB? Can you open the GLB again? I think it's probably really bad. I'll need to come up with a new strategy, I think. Don't see it. Where is it? Oh yeah. Wait, what? I don't understand. I don't see it. Can you open it in another way? Hey, right now it's just hooked up to my voice to text. So cloud, but I could hook it up to whatever I would like to. Yeah, I guess let's just load it in the game thing. Let's just load it in so I can see it. Load it in the Don't Anger the AI. What is this? Now, broski, you build it and then you run the thing. Hey, thanks, Mr. Miko. Yeah, it's good. It's a good point, actually. Need a king, a mayor. Hey, short stories. There's likely some error in the logs. Likely related to the GLB you loaded in, maybe corrupted. I don't really see the GLB. Where'd you put him? Can you make him really big? Wait, is that it over there? Oh yeah, there he is. Wait, what was that? Looks like shit. Yeah, we're definitely gonna need a different strategy. We'll come up with something. Oh my god. Wow. Well, all right. We need a new strategy. Dude, I like the idea of just it being freaking enormous. He's like so huge, he's like outside the bubble. It's a titan. Alright, we need a new strategy. This is not going to work. We gotta find something else. Yeah. Even Cloud is like, that looks terrible. Oh, I forgot about Trellis. Yeah, we have our image. Let's do Trellis. Does Trellis have an API? I might have to go do it. Not sure. It's Jojo Land. I'm gonna look it up. No idea. Summon the stand. It's like a giant titan. I'm thinking like a titan, you know, like, but like, or like I'm kind of thinking of what's that? Yeah, it's I guess Full Metal Alchemist. The last part, one of the last episodes. I'm not gonna spoil it. Ah, Trellis has an API. Do you think it'll work for our use case? So we have the image here. Do you think it'll be able to generate in our exact proportions and kind of the style that we're going for here? This like translucent sky god thing? Hmm. Well, how would it look like an object? If we use a shader, how would it actually... How would we even do that? Yeah, it is Jerry. It's true. And it's Valentine's Day. I think definitely Sui is changing very dramatically in the next few years. Oh, that's a really good idea. Yeah, I think that's how we do it. We get the 3D image and then you put a shader over it. I mean the 3D model, and you put a shader over it to get the like a really epic look. Yeah, that's what we do. Because probably the 3D model will get the texture kind of weird. Like it'll just be pure, like we want it this translucent. We want it to look like this. But the 3D model will be solid, so we gotta kind of do our own work on the surface. Where am I? I like Opus a little better. All right, this is interesting. All right, so you can go ahead. We already have the FAL AI, so you can just go ahead and find a trellis. And you're going to pass in that image we got. Yeah. Dude, I'm excited for when we get the huge thing and it actually looks cool. All right, so can you download Xcode for me? Like, just go ahead. Like, is there a brew or anything, or do we have to actually go explicitly do it? Yeah. Wait, do we actually need Xcode to be able to emulate this? Is it absolutely necessary? Ideally, I just kind of want to test it without downloading Xcode. Let me put it over here. Oh, nice. It's actually working. Good. Oh shit, dude. Hell yeah. That's pretty good. Now we just need to put it in the right place and start messing with the surface. His hand got totally messed up. It's okay. It's okay, because we're gonna do like a shader and it's gonna be like really translucent anyways. All right, so now we're gonna build a shader to put on the surface. How will we do this actually? Also, if you could please put it into place. Basically, it needs to move down and a bit over so the face is in the, you can see kind of what's going on. For preview. No, I think this would be part of it. It's not really a game, I guess. But yeah, I think this would be kind of what I want it to look like. But definitely obviously the surface of the shape will be a lot different as far as this is just getting it into place. And then we make it translucent and apply like a really epic shader like this guy. Oh, damn. How? It's a lot. Hey, yeah, no one what knows. I didn't really like it because it was kind of slow, but I haven't used it in a month and a half. Time has flown by very quickly, so I have no idea what it's like these days. But it used to be okay. It's just slow. All right, can you actually remove the shader at the moment? Looks kind of... Yeah, just remove the shader. We're just going to focus on repositioning it for now. So what did I try to do here? It's like... Oh, I see. Actually, it's fine. Let's focus on the shader a little bit. Right now it's just a white blob thing. Basically what you're going to do, you're going to look on Shader Toy, try to find maybe some example that we could potentially ideate on. I got worse for it. Some viewers, it's going to continually do it. Yeah. It's not easy. AI sometimes makes just very normal, very AI looking designs. However, you always have to remember, like, we know it's AI looking, but the average person does not. Like, we are extremely early in this stuff, so basically we're the only ones who are aware of what AI looks like. If that makes sense. Interesting AI. I'll have to try it then. Basically, blur the edges so we hide the imperfections. Yeah, because the hands are all totally messed up. We can fix it, I guess. Might have to go into Blender. Sadly. Wait, is that him? Is he the stars up there? Interesting. Oh yeah, I think these might be the model. They're just very sparse. I think. They definitely weren't there before. I can't see him. I'm kind of wondering if the nebula is just really, really sparse. Can you... Is that maybe what's going on? Prior conversation. I think the nebula might just be really, really sparse. Can you go ahead? Because I can't see them. I'll show you an image. Yeah. Oh yeah, I see it. These are, this is the nebula, I think. I can't see it all. You gotta like scale it up probably like, I don't know, 100x or something. I see like some stars or something. But yeah, there's something's not quite right. For why I can't see it. Can you see anything in the logs maybe? Also, can you just explain the mechanics? Like, how is this working exactly? How are you actually placing the shader on the surface? Can you explain, why do I have 50 villagers? How many villagers spawn per how much text? Okay, so you can't install Xcode on the command line? Oh yeah, make the cap way more than 50. Make it, 5,000. Hey, KH, I'm actually going to release on probably iOS store. I'm actually thinking this is kind of cool. I'm going to probably release it as a iOS app. Fantastic. Now let's get to the shader. Hey, yeah, the iOS version of this, Don't Anger the AI, is the thought process behind it is that there are a lot of talk to AI apps, but there are none that are, they're always just like a person and then there's like a chat bubble. This one's a lot more interactive. It'll be like you talk to it. Like, here's an example, right? I just go be like, hello, test, test. As you're speaking to it, it's going to be like shooting in words, and the nebula feeds the tree, which makes the AI happy. But if you miss a day and you don't talk to the AI starts to destroy your village, and it gets more and more upset. So the idea is it incentivizes you to talk to the AI, and you get to see cool visualizations while you talk to the AI of the words coming in and feeding your village. For some reason, it says I only have 51 at 145,000 words. Pretty good. I'm working on it also. So I have a feeling the issue is the blending, right? So we're going to start without the blend. I think it's WD. I think it's really cool too. There we go. Great, now he's here. Now added the shader for the actual galaxy without the, so we're gonna add all the shaders without the blending first. It appears the blending is what causes it to completely disappear. Still just black currently. Give any idea? It's. I'm guessing the shader might be below the surface, is my guess, but not totally sure. I guess I still don't really understand the mechanics of how this is working. Now let's just talk about it. Actually, low-key, the black's kind of cool. A little intimidating, though, probably, for the average user. Looks a little religious, I gotta say. Maybe not the vibe we want, actually, but we'll see. Yeah, I think basically crank it up by 100. So we actually crank it up by 1,000 so we can see. And make them bigger too. Yeah, it makes sense. I think we already know this shader will run because we've ran it before. So just, can you add logging in the shader? We can pick it up. I may not use this well, we'll see what it looks like with the shader. It should look a little more inviting, I think. Oh, there we go. We got something. Okay, fantastic. So the shader is working. So it's likely, as you said, the shader before was not compiling, but it's silently failing, so we can't get the error. So let's come up with a strategy so that way we can compile it. There we go. Great, so that worked as well. You can go ahead and try adding the translucency. Okay, now I suppose make the stars way smaller, and you need to position it a little bit forward and down. And the stars should be blue. And then we'll add some like effects of it like swirling around and stuff. All right, now the stars should be blue, and please make a cool shader effect. They should be like swirling around, subtly though. And take a look at the waveform that we have. I mean, not the waveform, the effects that we have on our voice to text. There should be something like this line that's going up and down. I kind of think this is cool. We should do this on the model as well. Probably make it a little more dense so you can see the figure a little better. Actually gonna commit here. This is a pretty good spot. Hey, work. Okay, now we're gonna make the stars probably 2x more dense. Working on my cool visualization. Oh, it looks like the shader is no longer compiling because I no longer see it. So go ahead and it was the change before this one. I have a spidey sense for committing right before it crashed the shader. So I have still a working version. Oh, nice. That's cool. Where's the wave? Needs to be more dense as well. Yeah, make it, okay, I don't really like the blinking thing. I don't know what you're doing there, but. So the blue stars, no blinking. Add the wave that goes up and down. You know, in the find what I'm finding in the voice text, we have our wave that moves up and down and separates into 3. We want that to be on the surface as well of the model. It's connected to my voice to text right now. This is a visualization, but we're going to turn into an iOS app where you talk to the AI. And it feeds this nebula, and the nebula feeds the tree. And as you talk to the AI more, your village grows, your tree grows. If you stop talking to the AI, then it starts to destroy your stuff. And the idea is it's going to be like Duolingo annoying notification, not annoying. It's going to be like Duolingo where it sends you notifications. It's like, hey, you forgot to chat with your AI today. He's getting mad. I don't know if I put that. Something like that. But mostly people tune in because it's kind of fun watching the visualizations and your village grow. It's like Farmville or something. It's kind of cool. I like it. I can make it pretty cool. It's neat. It just doesn't go up to his head for some reason. Also, let's experiment with having way more of these lines. So I think you have like 3 or something. Let's have like 8 going up and down. And again, don't you go all the way up to the head and then back down. Oh yeah, then when he starts to get angry, these lines get red. Or maybe orange. The nebula looks sad. Oh, you mean this guy? Yeah, he does look a little sad, maybe. Okay, the head was a bad move. Can you undo that change where it goes up to the head? I actually don't like that. And then make the lines like, they should kind of move together. Right now they're all separated. I just meant like stack them and they're all moving together, but like there's just more of them, if that makes sense. But yeah, again, don't go up to the head. Yeah, you want me to make him more smiley? Yeah, he definitely gets angry. He has a very moderate smile right now. He's in a warm mood. Yes. The lines should go up a little bit higher. Also, I liked how before you had some purple ones. That was kind of cool. Keep that. Go up a little bit higher. Maybe a little bit less lines, right? Like 3 less. And I think that's pretty much it. Right now the stars that he's made up of is only really visible at nighttime. So if you could make them a bit more visible, like maybe 50% more visible. Not particularly KH. Why? Are you making one? It's going up a little bit too high. I think move the model over a little bit more so his hand covers the nebula. Okay, if you could rotate them or move the model a little bit to the right and like rotate it slightly, maybe 5% to the right, because I want the hand to cover the nebula. Right now it's a little bit to the left. That's pretty good. I'm gonna commit that. Yeah, so basically it'll come up. Okay, another thing, this shader is ending right here. It should be like disperse more evenly. I think he maybe rotated it the wrong way. Let me look. It's possible. It's kind of hard to see now. I should have positioned it right before. It's okay, I committed, so. If only I had my DOM selector for this. That'd be useful. I might actually discard it. Do you see in this shader, it's the shader of the kind of eclipse looking thing. You see how it kind of ends like at a point? We want it to extend out farther and like disperse a lot more realistically. Do you kind of understand what I'm saying? There we go. That's kind of cool. Maybe a little too bright, but other than that. Right now he doesn't really feel attached because he can rotate everywhere, so I might fix that. Can you show me where the variables are to move the shape? I mean, move the model back and rotate, etc. The God model. Alright, cool guys. I'm probably gonna head out, but I'm gonna keep working on this tomorrow. I'm gonna be working on the iOS version. I gotta install Xcode, so I'll probably do that off stream because that takes a while. And then I will have it go in the emulator, work on it there, and I'll try to publish it at some point. Well, it's a little too early to talk about. Once we get work. Anyways, I'm gonna go. I'll see you guys later. I also worked on our Prisma, fixed some bugs, added some new question suggestion logic. So now it's we're using Gemini embeddings. I fixed some bugs with today's brief as well. So that was good. Okay, cool. See you guys.